Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, that's the waiting room. Yes, yes, I want to swap channels. All right. Ugh. Ugh, I feel like ass. I woke up a little bit later today. Well, not as late as yesterday, but I woke up later today because of the fact that I didn't get home until about 3 o'clock in the morning last night. Um, and I also found out that there's actually a couple good
Hello.
oh, hello.
Hmm.
I found out that there's a couple good texture packs in like that come pre-installed in the pack. So I'm gonna just enable those. I may have to restart my game. Oh, maybe not.
Already?
Oh, yeah, I do. Unless, wait, let me see if just disconnecting and reconnecting helps. Some of the textures kind of get flip-flopped around. Nope, I gotta restart the game. But it's fine, because it only takes like a minute to start it up. Like, this pack is pretty quick to start up. At least
Yeah,
I'm not.
there's
At least I'm not waiting like 8 minutes like Gregtech New Horizons.
yeah. What the hell am I? Okay, that's not in. Okay. Okay, that's not in.
What? What's not in? What do you
Oh, I
complain
was seeing
about?
if there was any I was just seeing if there was any magic mods.
No, it's pure tech.
Well, I didn't know if it was like Greg Tech at all where they had blood magic or anything in.
Negatory. Yeah.
So the electric ore factory only has one parallel.
Yeah, I know. It fucking sucks.
So I've been putting like only the stuff we need the byproducts for in it, like Realgar and some others, a couple other things. So I'm like, whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, I put a
And
couple things in through it last night. Also, I fixed um your drill, yeah, the void driller. Did you see the cells that I put on it?
yeah, I was trying to figure out what to put there for the fluid storage.
Did you
And
see
I'm
how
like,
much they store?
yeah, 1.5 million.
Yeah.
Whatever, yeah.
Oh, what do you got
Yeah, it's
going on
just
over here? Oh, you're cutting the
the
geodes.
crushers or the cutters, yeah. I set up like three or four cutters. I have one set up top also with lubricant. I just said fuck it and I just distilled water in these ones. Also, I separated these so I could just put the geodes right into the cutter instead of having it dump all into one.
Mm. So are these things full over here? Oh, surprisingly not.
No, it ran out of stone dust to make lubricant.
Ran out of stone dust before it filled up. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I set
These
up the
cells are
cutters so I
good.
could actually get more stone dust.
Am I understanding it correctly that those cells hold more than this steel tank that you made? Yeah. Yeah, I think it do.
Yes.
Yeah, it do.
Well, I was gonna just make a super tank because I'm like, I'll just make a super tank, and I'm like, nope, can't do that.
Yeah, that takes polyethylene.
Correct. And might have to make biomass to make ethanol to get polyethylene in this pack. I'm not
Yes, we have to.
really
That has to
well.
that is 100% the way that you have to make your first bit of polyethylene because you can't make the the fluid drilling rig because that one is MV minimum.
Gotcha. I mean, we don't need polyethylene to get into
Yes, we
MV. It
do.
was just
Yes, we do.
You do? For what?
Diodes. You need polyethylene to
Oh,
make the first tier diode. Diode. Liquid polyethylene. Oh, actually, no. We can waste resources and use liquid glass. But honestly, nah. We should do polyethylene.
I was gonna make some wafers, get some of them cooking in the thing, and I'm like, oh wait, we don't have silicone.
We get silicon again?
There's multiple ways, but there's clay line, there's
Clay line was what I was going to be working on today.
but there's like biotite we could do also. Oh yeah,
Oh, wait.
setting up
I
this
won't be able to do clay
blackstone
line.
crusher was annoying as hell.
Hmm?
It wasn't setting it up was the problem, it was getting the blue ice to make the blackstone with this,
What?
which was the
But
problem.
what? Why? Why not just do the barrel method? The witchwater barrel method.
'Cause it's slow as shit.
Yeah, but it's passive. Who cares?
Well, it's passive now too.
Okay. That
There's
means I'm going to have to make
14
another one of these, thingamovers.
there's 14K crushed blackstone.
Also, why is, like, sand dust and all this shit? Or, well, why are two of these drawers filled with sand?
I don't know why there's two sand ones, but I just took the drawers from up top where the old setup was and put them here.
Oh, okay. So
Hey,
there's a second sand one because that was the buffer between the dust and the sand.
there's also this one here, which I have not
Which one?
moved into place.
Oh, well, I guess we
Also,
can
look
put
at
this
the.
over.
Oh yeah, that's probably not going to be linked now since you moved it.
Oh, it was linked.
Yeah, look at the range of the
Oh,
controller.
oh yeah,
I
I linked the two drawers up there, the oak logs and the whatever the fuck that one was up there.
I'm I'm right shift click the storage controller. You can
Oh,
increase its range.
wait, what? Nope. Oh.
It increases it
Oh
by 2 blocks
no. Oh, only 2 blocks? Oh.
per upgrade. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't actually go that far.
Well, it was a lot smaller than what it was, I guess. But yeah. But yeah, I set up some cutters. I'm like, I'm just gonna run these with distilled water. I don't feel like making lubricant down here because I have a barrel with a 1,000 buckets of distilled water.
So, why are we making tough? Is it literally only for golden nuggets?
Well, I've been just compressing these manually. I just compressed these manually a little bit ago because I'm like, look at all that iron and copper just sitting there. But Sizz is making it over here.
Yeah, but like, why?
Just to automate golden carrots. I'm like, we don't need that many golden carrots.
I
He
swear,
wanted
if
something to do.
yeah, I guess, but if I look in here and I see a much better way to make golden nuggets, I swear on me, mom. Huh? Fluid solidifier with a nugget casting mold. You could have just pumped. Or wait, oh wait. Oh no, no, that would have worked. Yeah. Because it only takes LV to melt gold down. Yeah. So he could have just melted gold down and then fluid solidified it. Oh well. I still have one more LV expanded tank kit. I put one on the creosote cell, which that has been steadily going up.
Yeah, and I took out of it 64 buckets also to make lubricant.
Lubricant.
Yeah, I need another buff, or I need a drum for here or something.
So yeah, I guess these fluid cells are going to be our best bet for fluid storage, because I think putting the regular LV kit onto it, the LV upgrade kit, bumped it up to just shy of 200,000. And then the LV expanded tank kit increases tank capacity by 8 times.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't make an LV kit for that igneous extruder downstairs. So that's just been making blackstone at a regular basic S pace.
Oh dear. Da, 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 da. Um, basic electrolyzer. Oh, no, I would need an MV one, which means I would need to make 2 MV circuits. Copra chloride, sodium persulfate, or iron 3 chloride. Ah, fug. Wood pulp. Can I use this to make those boards? Hey, I can. Assembler. Oh, dear God, why is there 8 mil buckets of liquid rubber left in here? Uh,
Oh god, this thing is still crushing real gar.
which circuit do I need? Circuit number 1. Oh, hey, perfect. One. Okay, I can make some phenolic circuit boards. Ugh, I'm gonna have to learn or remind myself or like relearn what some of these things are. Have you seen what the pipes look like with this texture pack too?
I'm looking on your stream, so yeah, they look
They look really
strange.
nice. They look really nice. They don't look as ugly as and gaudy.
That chemical reactor looks like shit though.
Looks like
Looks
the
like a robot face.
Gregtech one, like the Gregtech New Horizon one. That's just how it
Does
always
it?
looked. Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember that far back. Yeah, I've been having to swap the stack of carrots with gold nuggets because the gold nuggets keep running out.
Oh God damn it. We just need this to make another like 300 and something carats so that it. Oh God. Oh God. Those are loud and annoying.
Yeah, I don't know why those are loud like that. I can tell you, I muted the hissing of the steam vented
Oh, I
uh,
did that a long time
machines.
ago. It was really annoying to find out which one was that one.
It
Wait.
was
Why are you doing?
lava
Yeah, lava extinguisher something. Why are you doing soda light?
for lapis and lazurite, I guess.
We
Oh,
can't
I was just trying
really
to.
do anything with it until I get an MV electrolyzer going.
Yeah, it's
Which
not a big deal. I was doing the
I,
diamonds anyways
I,
first.
I was going to be making a like. I'm gonna inefficiently make a MV electrolyzer so that we can get clay line up and running.
Oh, Yeah, right now I'm just waiting on
Ooh, crushed
Realgar.
diamond ore.
I was doing Realgar for arsenic.
I thought we had a lot of arsenic.
We had 0 until I started making it.
Oh, okay. Whatever. I thought we had.
Because like I said, I was gonna start some bulls, but I forgot we didn't have silicone either. So yeah, I gotta.
Do
But
we
if we're
have
gonna be making,
to? Do we have to process it into solar grade silicon or no?
no, no, it's just silicon dust and small pile of gallium arsenide to make the silicon bulls.
Oh, thank fuck for that. I did not want to have to set up silicon line.
I forgot about the solar silicon.
Did you? How did you
Yeah,
forget?
well, I mean, until you said it, yes, I forgot it. Yeah, it doesn't even exist in here. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they got rid of that whole line there. What the hell?
Ah. Unless maybe that solar silicon line was a Gregtech New Horizons thing only. What the hell? The gas collector collects gas from
Yeah.
the solar system depending on the dimension. Nether air, air, and ender air. Now, apparently, ender air is the best source of nitrogen. Oh, it also gives you deuterium. What? Huh. Nether air is carbon monoxide and sulfur dioxide.
Oh yeah, that's another one I need to start crushing. Raw Certus quartz.
Oh, wait. Huh? We could make one of these gas collectors right now.
Yeah, no. The quest wants you to make one.
Fucking
The,
what?
the quest says collect air at circuit one,
Yeah.
which is infused for nitrogen and oxygen.
That's
If you
so
need a lot of
weird.
oxygen, it is recommended to use a different way.
No, this is the way that you get nitrogen, yeah.
But yeah,
That is
I was
so
thinking.
fucking weird.
Yeah, I was thinking of making one in a bit.
Anyways, we could make solar panels from solar flux reborn. Oh
Oh yeah.
god. Oh god.
Yeah,
So
I don't think it's worth it.
so the solar panel 1 requires aluminum and MV circuits and it only makes 128 FE a tick, which is 1 EU. Solar panel 2 is HV, so you would be stuck with the other one. The medium voltage one. Okay, so diode. Let's see. What do I need to make some diodes? Annealed copper, gallium arsenide dust.
Oh yeah, that's what I was crushing diamonds for, to get graphite to make the arc furnace. Hey, some graphite. Cool.
Dun, 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 dun.
4x tin cables.
Wait, you can't make annealed copper in the EBF? What the fuck? All right, so I need the arc furnace.
Okay, I got the arc furnace.
Oh, sweet. Remember, it takes 4 amps.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna set it up somewhere over. What's this? Drum with rubber. Okay.
No, set it up over here. Right here. Over here. Over here so we can actually automate it. We'll put gas in through the right side. I think one of the...
We have an electrolyzer.
We do. I thought we were getting oxygen from somewhere. Oh, wait. Hold on.
Do you have some in cells?
I do. Alright. Time to see how fast this is. Wow, that is slow. Wait. Oh, you did hook it up. Never mind. Well, at least that's annealed copper. I needed that.
Ooh, glass makes, or sand makes 2 glass in that.
Yeah.
Oh, you make tempered glass in this thing too, that's right.
Oh fuck, can we? Oh yeah.
Yeah, 1 glass and
Hardened
60
glass.
millibuckets is 1 tempered. But I already made 2 stacks of tempered
Oh
glass.
man. Hardened glass still requires a fluid solidifier. Fuck me. So annoying. Okay, so now I just need to get molten glass. Uh, sorry, liquid glass. And best way to do that is quartzite dust. Actually, that's the only way to do it. Oh wait, no, I could put glass in a
3.15 times
extractor.
9 is what? 3.5 times 9. 2835. Oh, it's the same exact fucking time. Jesus Christ.
For what?
Oh, if you put a block in versus just the ingots of copper,
Oh,
because you put a block in and it makes 9 ingots of
yep,
annealed, but it's literally the same exact time.
yep.
I was like, oh, maybe this is faster. Never mind. Okay.
How much power are we using? This is another thing that I like about this over Gregtech New Horizons. If you look at the cable,
Yeah, I know. Yep,
you can
I
see
seen that.
exactly how much is coming out. I love that.
Oh, hey, I'm pulling 3 amps out of this 8 amp wire. Cool.
Yeah, it's nice.
Diamond plates. Made some diamond plates. Oh, also, yeah, you've probably seen it. We have cobalt brass now.
I mean, you have cutters, so yeah. Um, small pile of gallium arsenide.
There's some in this chest.
Yeah, I know I'm trying to convert it into a small pile, but I'm
You
struggling.
have to favorite the recipe.
Huh?
Look it up in the JEI. Like, hit the heart.
I don't do anything.
Oh, maybe it needs to be in the center of a crafting grid. Maybe you do have to do it in the 9. I did. It wasn't working in the 3x3 either until I did it until I favorited it either.
I don't know why this isn't working.
Just make 2 more stacks.
Okay.
Have it autofill from your inventory into the thing.
I don't want to. Anyway, can you put the gallium in for me? Or gallium arsenide or whatever?
Yeah,
Huh?
it's in the chest.
Oh. Oh, I didn't need that much actually. Whatever. Oh, I just need this assembler to finish. And then, oh right, I have to do the whole fucking iron 3 chloride nonsense. Well, maybe if I make sodium persulfate. Or what is this cupric chloride? Hydrochloric acid and copper 1 chloride. Oh, that does not sound easier. What the fuck is copper 1 chloride? Oh, okay, it's literally just copper and chlorine. To make 2 copper 1 chloride. And then that's the electrolyzer. Makes cupric chloride. What is oh, hydrogen chlorine? Oh, okay. I just need to get some chlorine. Da, 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 da. Oh, that recipe only takes 50 mil buckets of glue. Okay. Da, 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 da. I'm sitting here waiting for this assembler because it's so slow. Wait a minute. Yeah, I could technically make the circuit assembler. Oh, wait, no, I can't. That requires MV circuits. Never mind! Oh. Annealed copper wire. Where's my liquid glass? There it is.
How did we get this vanadium magnetite from?
I know there's something that we get vanadium from. Oh. Uh, resource production. It comes from
Oh,
the slurries.
yeah, it's the rare
Rare
earth
ore.
resin.
Yeah.
Yep, I just found it.
Chromium, rare earth, cobaltite, and vanadium magnetite.
Okay, so MV electrolyzer for that also. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, the first one that I'm making is going to be for clay line. Do we need the vanadium for something right away?
No, it's just to get to the advanced cutter to cut the bowls.
Oh.
eventually. I'm just looking ahead a little bit. Because you need the vanadium steel buzzsaw blade.
Oh, that's a few diodes. Okay. Chlorine. What am I gonna get? Uh, Appetite is medium voltage. Wait, do we have... I know we have silicon dioxide. Yeah, we have sources of silicon dioxide. Do we have magnesium?
Uh, Not sure.
Or wait, I have to make sure that it's that one. Silicon dioxide. Oh! Hey, Zyke, you can just get silicon from electrolyzing silicon dioxide. Well, fuck,
Yeah, no.
okay. Well, no, what do you mean you know? That wasn't an option on New Horizons. You had to do the silicon dioxide um, reaction with magnesium, and then it made, or was it magnesium, or it was one of those magnesium. I can't remember. It was manganese because it made magnesia, and then you electrolyze the magnesia, so they cut out
Oh,
an entire step. I remember doing that like mad on our last playthrough there. Okay, well,
how do you say that? Alright, I need a block
that's...
of lapis or lazurite or some shit.
Still looking for a source for chlorine. Fuck. We don't
You're
have a
probably
way
gonna
to get
have to get,
salt.
yeah, it's rock salt. There's something that makes that. What was it? Oh yeah, seawater.
Aw, man.
Unless you find a better way, that's the way I think I saw.
20 seconds?
Well, you can probably go to that industrial aqueous barrel, not go to the barrel transformations.
Holy fuck, that thing's big.
Holy shit, that is an
Stainless steel.
industrial barrel.
Stainless steel.
But, oh, that's stainless? Oh,
Yep.
never mind. Yeah, I didn't look at that. I was just glancing at it. So a large barrel is the best option to get seawater. Sad.
Oh, and I also have to make a centrifuge. Barrel soaking. It makes seawater, then seawater in a centrifuge makes salt. Alright. I guess I'm gonna have to set that up. Time to make
Unless you find a
two
better way to get
LV
chlorine.
centrifuges. Oh. Oh, we don't have any more resistors in there. I need to make resistors again. It's like glue. Fine. Oh, wait. I can use annealed copper wire now. Can I? Yeah! We can use annealed copper wire. Wire mill that. Let's go check on that arc furnace. Alright, well, we got 44 diodes out of this. Oh, give me back my pipe wrench. Charcoal dust. And then it's glue. Uh, yes. Make me resistors. Polybenzamidazole. Ah. Goodbye.
I'm gonna try that texture pack you activated.
It's nice looking. I like it. Did you activate the Tom Simple
Pretty
storage and the
pipes, yeah.
Pretty Pipes one too?
I only activated the Gregtech one and the pretty pipes.
Oh, the Tom Simple storage one makes it look less stupid.
Oh.
Well, I got polyethylene. That is going to be the best way to make diodes. Oh, no, it's just the best way to make it full stop. Okay, cool. Or did I say diodes? I meant resistors. Whatever. Centrifuge. I need to make 4 goddamn circuits. Dun 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 dun. Alright, what am I short? Resin board. Okay. Ah. Okay, that's my 2 centrifuges and converter. I think I need... I'll make a 4 amp in case I want to upgrade it down the line. Wait, sea water. Sea water. Let me see. So, in this regular ass barrel, it takes 20 seconds to produce it, and it takes 2.5 seconds to centrifuge it. Okay, I'm gonna have to set up a few barrels.
Why not use a
Whoops.
large barrel? It makes it in 4 seconds.
Because I really don't want to set up a large barrel. Not to mention, if I just set up a bunch of small barrels, it's fine. It's chill. It's chill. Okay, so barrel. Or wait, sea water. So seawater, centrifuge it. Oh, both steps are 2.5 seconds. Jesus! Okay. I guess I'll make like 8 barrels. Wait, it has to be stripped logs? Ugh. I was so confused because I was like, what do you mean? We've got so many logs attached to the system now. Fuck it, you've convinced me. Fuck you, Zyke.
What?
What?
You gonna make the large barrels now?
Fuck you.
What did I do? I didn't even do anything.
Fuck you. Pump deck.
Uh,
Wait, do we have any leftover pump decks? Ah, got 6 left over. Iron screw cobblestone slab. Iron. Oh, iron.
that's how you make skystone dust. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's not the worst recipe I've seen. I mean, we have all the stuff to make it. Plus, once you make one dust, you can just put it in a rock breaker. That's a good thing, I guess. Actually, what is that fluid?
Oh, I see that you moved the anchor over here for main. Also,
Well,
why
it
can't I
is
press
renamed
space
that
to
one.
travel? Oh, never mind. You right click to travel.
Yeah, it says renamed that one to farm, so I'm like, this is our new main area anyway, so I'm like, let's just
Yeah.
put one here.
When I set up the MV line, I'm gonna probably set it up like along here. Because it's kind of like our current LV line is just kind of like in the middle. It's weird. Either that or I'll just get rid of this bulk smelting thing and like move it somewhere else. $12. Okay, and then... Oh good, we have some treated wood. And what kind of hatches do I use? ULV? Maybe I'll just do LV. 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 Sure. LV output hatch. I can't wall share the hatches and shit. Oh, and I need an LV input hatch. And I need an aqueous accumulator. By the way, these aqueous accumulators can be upgraded, you know.
Yeah, I think you told me that.
Well. Alright.
The problem is I don't. The problem is pumping the water, not getting the water. I think
Well, if you
at
use
the right moment.
the laser IO, its limit is like 8,000 a second, I think.
Oh, yeah, I just put force. I'm pulling off of 5 sides of an aqueous accumulator for my water, for my distilled water,
Yeah,
and I'm
you
like,
should use
probably
laser
enough.
IO. Uh, okay, so controller there, there. Oh wait, I don't need an input bus, do I? Because I can just go through the GUI. Yeah, it doesn't need a circuit or anything. I just need to pump water into it, which I was gonna pump water in through the back.
Do you know what the fluid is to make skystone? I'm trying to figure out what that is.
Oh, guy stone.
With the rock breaker. I know what the one's the lava, obviously. I just don't know what the other one is. Hit U on the skystone doesn't go to the rock breaker.
Liquid ender, maybe? Resonant ender. That's what it is. Yeah, it has the same texture.
Oh, so you just, oh, I just need to extract 4 ender pearls. Okay, that's not that hard then. But gotta wait till MV rock breaker, so I'm not in a rush.
Ooh! Okay, and then I think it's just treated wood planks the whole way around. Please tell me it formed. Yeah! Alright. Damn it. I need water. That was an infinite water source there. I won't lie. Maybe I'm just a masochist, but I think this would have been so much more interesting with finite water.
You can make it finite water. Apparently there's a hard mode.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know. It was on like the mod pack. We're in like normal mode. There's also the hard mode, and then there's like the harder mode. I don't remember if you were saying that when I first mentioned it.
I don't remember, no. LV 4 amp converter. Okay, so we're getting our first bits of seawater here. So centrifuge, it outputs a liquid and saltpeter ore and rock salt ore. And then it outputs salt and water. So I'm gonna have to do... Let's see, so centrifuge into centrifuge. Um, go. So that's putting the seawater into that. So that's going to push the resulting liquid out. Oh. And... Oh, shit. Now I just need power. Laser. Item. Energy card. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Then two, three. Oh, if I set it there, it should be fine. Cool. Oh, hey, I just realized something. The converter texture's changed.
How?
Uh-oh. Why isn't that auto-outputting? Oh, there we go. There we go. And this is within range of that controller. So now we link those drawers. And now we can see salt. Hey, Lamau, we're getting salt. Oh, shit. I'm gonna have to do something. Fluid trash can. Fluid trash can. Take that water. And we throw it in the trash.
But that precious water, haha.
It's actually kind of crazy how fast it is to centrifuge this shit. Like, I am very surprised at how fast it is to make the or to process the seawater into salt water and then salt water centrifuging. Huh. If I were to electrolyze the seawater, it would take like way longer, And you get sodium hydroxide, chlorine, and hydrogen. I don't think I like that. Evaporation. Oh, we can make brine. So I wonder. Regular salt. Oh, I can just Okay, time to make an electrolyzer. So yeah, I'm gonna set an electrolyzer down here to automatically electrolyze the seawater or the salt.
Salt water, you mean?
No, the salt,
Oh.
because I want chlorine.
Oh, I thought one of the byproducts was salt water.
It is. So okay, you centrifuge the seawater, it gives you saltpeter, rock salt, and salt water. But then you centrifuge the salt water to get salt and water.
Ah, I gotcha.
And now I'm setting up an electrolyzer just for the salt.
So why do you have the... Oh, for the chlorine, never mind.
Mm-hmm. What was that quest that just completed?
Silicon dioxide. I
Oh.
was doing flinty dust.
Oh my god. Awesome, it's already going. Wait, this one's a fast recipe too! Holy shit! Oh shit. Um... There we go. Got chlorine going into there. And this is holding 256,000 millibuckets of chlorine. For now, that'll be fine. I need to make more LV conversion kits. What can we even do with flint?
Make glass, dust, and get silicon dioxide.
Actually, silicon dioxide might not be a bad shout from it. Shit. That's actually a good idea. Oh, you're using... Oh! Hey, you're doing exactly what I was gonna do. Here, have some more.
Why'd you toss it in?
I
Oh,
tossed it
yeah,
in
you're
the
kinda
input.
right. Yeah, the flint goes in there. And this, I was thinking that was the wrong one. Sorry.
Alright. Now, maybe I'll just do the iron 3 chloride then. If chlorine is gonna be that easy for us to get. Yeah.
Oh, what's
Yeah.
the
I'm
sodium
gonna do that.
persulfate way? Oh, sodium, sulfur, and oxygen. I mean, we have the sodium from all the sodalite, I think.
Well, no, I don't want to. No, 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 no. The
Never mind.
other way was. Which. Which
Sodium
board is
bisulfate, never mind.
Cupric chloride. But that requires me to get. Oh, wait. I think I may have to. For the iron chloride. Yeah, I would need to make hydrochloric for that one. Okay, yeah, no, never mind. I'm going to do cupric chloride. Because cupric chloride is cheaper. Oh, never mind. We can't do it. I totally overlooked the fact that it's EV only.
Oh, so you gotta do...
I have to do iron 3
Well,
chloride.
I was gonna say the quest line says you have to make sulfuric acid no matter what. So yeah, makes
What?
sense.
I don't have to make sulfuric acid. What do you mean I have to make sulfuric acid?
Oh, why does it say... Oh, never mind.
Where does it say that?
It's in the top left of the... Where the hell is it at? Where am I at? Which tree am I in?
Age of progression? LV, MV, first MV circuits.
No, processing lines. 1, 2, 3. It's in the top left.
Well, I mean, yes, they're correct. Like, you should really be making sulfuric acid. I'm not gonna make sulfuric acid right now because I don't need it. It's so dumb. How many coins did I just accept? 22. Oh my god, this is so fast. Where's that rock salt? Where we put this through? Oh wow, it doesn't even go through the steam ore processing. That sucks. Oh, the borax. That's right. We need that. Okay, this just served so many purposes right there. Oh right, I need to link that drawer too. So now we can see sodium dust. Ugh.
So which one are you making now?
Iron 3 chloride. Which means I need to get my hands on some hydrogen. Hydrogen gas. Yellow limonite, no. Goethite, no. Distillery electrolyzer. Let's see. Methane, hydrochloric acid. What the fuck? Hydrogen sulfide. Oh, hey, hydrogen sulfide electrolyzing is actually LV in this. If I remember right, it was MV on New Horizons because I remember stockpiling all of our hydrogen sulfide from producing light fuel because I wanted to electrolyze it back into sulfur and hydrogen.
Oh.
Am I just gonna have to electrolyze water? I think I may. Oh dear fuck. That takes 75 seconds. Alright. Maybe I can set that up down here too. Fuck it. Make another electrolyzer. How many amps is this pulling? 2.4? Okay, I can fit another electrolyzer on it. Multi-block upgrade kit. Huh. Honestly, this mod pack is interesting so far because it's like it has the Gregtech DNA, but it doesn't have the Greg. If that makes sense.
You don't like having Greg anymore?
Huh?
Like having no Greg?
I mean, it's not like what I mean by it doesn't have the Greg is that it's not actively hostile towards you. Because that's how Gregtech New Horizons sometimes felt. It felt like it was just actively hostile towards you. There we go. Now... Oh my god, we don't need the pipe wrench. You can just use the laser wrench to do the fluid pipes. Holy shit balls. Oh, it's 75 seconds to do this electrolyzing water recipe. Okay, hydrogen's going in that one. Which means that one gets to be oxygen. You know, something that I'm really surprised about with like the water electrolyzing here, I'm surprised that there isn't like trace amounts of calcium in it, for example. Okay. Well, I'm gonna grab a singular bucket of hydrogen and hydrochloric acid. That is one bucket to make one bucket. Why am I grabbing the shit with buckets? Also, Zyke,
What's up?
look what's in my hand. The bucket is upside down because it's trying to contain the gas in it from floating away. But what's hilarious is that chlorine gas is notoriously heavier because when you breathe it in, it replaces all the air in your lungs. hydrochloric acid. Okay.
Okay, finally. Jesus fuck.
Iron, iron chloride. Oh, 3 buckets of hydrochloric acid. Whoa! Why did that complete fucking 5 tasks?
Because I made a basic gas collector.
Oh. I guess, yeah, we could use the nitrogen. Oh.
Well, whoops.
I don't like hearing whoops.
Luckily I caught that before it made too many.
Made too many what?
Soul infused fine wire.
Oh, God.
It was sitting on circuit 3.
Oh, wow, it's actually useless, too.
Yeah. It
Sheesh.
only made one recipe's worth, so I'm like, okay, glad it only did one thing of it worth.
Iron 3 chloride. It needs to be on circuit 1. And I need iron dust. Hey, we do have some iron dust. Oh, God, that's slow. 20 seconds. Acidic. Handle with care. Okay, so... Well, yeah, that's right. I don't actually need an absolute shit ton of this iron 3 chloride for a bit. Okay. I got my phenolic boards. And I need silver foil. Are you making more lube?
No, why?
Oh. Oh. That's oxygen. Oh. Never mind then.
It's electrolyzing the silicon dioxide for silicon.
Right. Okay. Iron 3 chloride. Put the boards in. Put the iron 3 chloride in. Grab the silver foil. Toss her in. And we're making boards! Let me squeeze them. Oh, didn't complete anything? Okay. Uh. Oh, shit. It is done.
Oh, something to do with that wheat that's goddamned useless.
What?
Turn into biochaff.
Oh. All right. Well, that's the good electronic circuits done. Electrolyte. Oh. I just need silver wire. Wire mill. That's on one. Good. Oh, silver foil. Toss that in there. I'll have enough to make 20 of these boards, so I'll have 18 left over. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I could, because I'm making hydrogen and chlorine down here, I could just set up a chem reactor and make the whatchamacallit down here. I don't think I will though, because that's edging on pulling too much power out of the area. Okay, so I need to make clay. Okay, it is incredibly fast to just do the clay in the single block barrel, so I'm gonna do that. Um, I'm wondering if I could just set up a uh, steam grinder downstairs and use that to produce. Ooh, I have an idea. We've got cobalt brass now, don't we?
Yeah.
Cobalt brass is the last thing we needed to make a lapidary dynamo. So I'm gonna make steam with it. I bet that sounds really weird.
Sure.
So lapidary and steam coil. Shift use on a boiler to convert to a dynamo. Returns steam pipe. That's the thing that I'm looking for. Bronze ring and tempered glass. Oh, I need an MV assembler. Fuck. Never mind. I'll go cry. The hell is a diatron? Diatron. Oh. Energium mixed with diamond. Okay. So the fuck is it used for? Hmm. It's funny. The energy required to make one of these things means that it is not a viable fuel source at all. Oh, those are the RF coil kits. Oh wow, that actually was a quest to make one of those right away. Most notably, you can start to break down those fluids from your void extractor. Oh. Processing. Get iron 3 chloride or sodium persulfate to etch your circuits. One of the following quests needs to be completed. Fuck off! That's gonna be a while before that's done. Holy shit, that's already 672 crushed rock salt. Holy. Okay, so I need a... Oh, fuck, I need to make another MV circuit. Fucking disgusting. What'd you make the macerator for?
So I need to macerate the plant ball. Or yeah.
The fuck am I short for the LV circuit here? Oh, it's gonna be the red alloy, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, thank God. X signalum wire. Oh, thank God I can process that. Oh, what the fuck? 2x signalum wire can handle 32 amps. Huh?
That's pretty good.
Oh. Alright. We're gonna be getting unlimited aluminum. Bendy boy! Hello? God damn it. Of course my headphones are about to die. Eh. Doo-doo-doo. Huh. I guess because the signal wire. Oh my god, the 1X is 16 amps. Um. I guess I don't need to. There we go. I don't need to. Fuck. Uh. Oh, I'm gonna have to make an LV conversion kit for this thing, aren't I? Shit. Pull from another side. Hopefully that's enough. Maybe I'll just make a low voltage macerator. Oh yeah, it only takes 3 seconds. Oh yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Basic macerator. Shit. There are more resistors in here? Thank fuck there is. Oh, shit. Okay. This is gonna be so fucking wacky, man. Filter. Where is the Tom Simple Storage filter here? Dust. Ex nihilo dust. Inventory cable. Okay. What? Fuck, man. I hate using this thing. Oh, really? Bruh. Okay. There we go. That can then get item piped into there. Oh, this is all coming together, Zyke.
Nice.
Clay dust and an electrolyzer at MV. Why isn't this working? Clay dust, electrolyzer at MV. Oh, right, I'm a dumbass. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes! And cool. So that is 4 drawers. Sodium, lithium, aluminum, and silicon. Boop, 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 boop. Wait a minute. This makes more water than it takes to make. What? That's
Okay.
funny. But it's alright, because it's just water, so I'm trashing it. There we go. Fuck yeah. Okay. Oh shit, yeah, we're getting lithium too. Oh, so many useful things. This is also passive silicon for us. Sodium. Awesome. So now we can put more aluminum into the EBF and let it go. What do you got going over here?
Why won't this attach to this fluid cell?
Because you need to configure the fluid cell. Open up the configuration panel and set the side that you want to be input. You got the wrong one. It's the left. Oh, wait, what? Oh, no, it's the back.
Oh, I have the thing facing the wrong fucking way.
Are you getting ethanol?
Yeah, I can't make it till I get MV though.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah, that's stupid. I can't make ethanol in the distillery until MV.
The hell? What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, why? Why though?
Why does the fermented biomass make less ethanol than biomass? What?
Yeah, I don't get that either.
Oh, it's because biomass, regular biomass, only has ethanol and water as fractions. But fermented biomass gets acetic acid, water, ethanol, carbon dioxide, ammonia, methanol, and methane.
Oh,
Yeah, when you're looking at distillery recipes, you need to also take a look at the distillation tower.
we don't have a distillation tower yet though.
I know, but it'll also show you every single fraction that a liquid can turn into.
Oh,
Oh, you made another rock filtrator? Jesus Christ, Zyke.
well, I was gonna make that one a sand one, but it needs MV
No, do we even need the sand one?
for monazite
That's like,
mostly.
the fuck? Zyke.
It's what? I was just getting prepped.
Apatite topaz, blue topaz. Apatite again. Apatite is calcium, phosphorus, chlorine. Wait, what? Where the fuck does the oxygen go? That's PO4. That should not just be pure phosphorus. Huh? Okay, well, whatever. Oh my god, Zyke's actually completing quests. Well, okay, I'm gonna make 2 more MV circuits, and I am going to make the circuit assembler. So annoying that I need to make low voltage, or I need to make the low voltage circuit assembler. No, that's signal. Where is my red alloy? Guess I stopped. Is that all that I needed to make? Oh, wow. Uh, rubber sheet. Oh. Don't. How are my rods doing? Okay, cool. Oh shit, I need a quartzite. Uh, you can either make a sifter or it can make a autoclave. Fucking pick your poison on this bullshit.
Or what?
I need quartzite, like a crystal.
Oh.
I guess I'll have to make a goddamn quartzite or a sifter. God damn it. Ah, I need to make item filter. Oh, actually, that's not
We should have the raw
bad.
quartz that you can just smelt.
Wait, that that's a thing. Just smelt it. Oh shit! You saved me. Into the bulk Wait, I should make sure that it's bulk blasting. It is. Good. Into the bulk blasting you go.
Go back.
Goodbye. What are you going by for? Did you
I got rid of
crash?
one texture pack.
Oh, which one?
The Gregtech one.
Well, you don't like it?
I like the updated version that this has. I think it looks better. I don't know.
The updated, like, what do you mean?
Because Gregtech is old, like 1710. I just think it looks better to me.
Circuit ass. Oh, what don't I have enough? It's not the tin cables. It's not the brass rods. So what don't I have enough of? Thanks for telling me. It's the
Circuits?
LV circuit. Pain. Did you take an LV circuit from me? Because I'd crafted two.
No?
Weird.
I just logged off. What do you mean?
I still think it was you. Alright. We got the circuit assembler.
Doesn't that need a clean room?
No. It's the HV one that needs a clean room.
Oh, is it?
Well, making like HV or higher circuits needs a clean room. You can't make a clean room until HV anyway. Okay. So if I want to make this basic circuit in there. Oh, is it time for us to make soldering alloy? Wait, oh my god, this recipe makes 2 circuits! Yo! Okay. Uh, vacuum tube. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god! I'm getting annoyed at Tom's Simple Storage. Okay, so now I just need soldering alloy. Make soldering alloy, right? Tin, lead, antimony. Oh! Wait, it was only 3 or 2 parts on New Horizons, wasn't it?
Tin and antimony, I think.
Yeah. No, it was lead and antimony. Or lead and tin or something. It was lead and something.
I know I had antimony.
Yeah, I think it was lead and antimony. Interesting.
I thought it was
Tin.
tin and antimony because you can use tin by itself also.
6. Lead. Oh. 1, 2, 3, and there. I'm just gonna make 10 stacks of this bitch. Oh shit! That chest is full. I'm putting all these crush doors that you ran through the thing, the grinder, into the system. Because you filled that output chest.
Oh, did I? My bad.
Well, now I'm waiting for these ingots. So what the fuck is the wheat seeds being used for?
It's making the seed oil for the lubricant.
Oh. Oh my god, that has made so much aluminum already. Oh. Hey, what's up?
So,
Don't mind me. Slapping aluminum in there. Da, da, da. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, give me a stack of lead. Okay, I can start mixing this. Oh. What in the fuck? Okay, that thing is fucked up with a bunch of stuff. Circuit 3. Lead, antimony. Ah, the cobalt brass gears. Quest completed. Water. Wait, why do we have some of the parts for like chapter 7 and shit? What the fuck?
Because it's used in that process. I don't know, man.
Atomic nether sludge dust. Nether drilling. Debris rich nether magma bucket. Liquid ancient debris bucket. Ancient debris. Ancient debris dust. Ancient netherite ingot. Ancient netherite reinforced mesh. God.
Have you seen what the final quest in this game is?
Where?
It's in
Draconic
Draconic
Emp.
Empires.
Oh.
Make a cat.
Ah, no, the last quest is a check mark.
Well, the second to last one is what I meant. Sorry.
Having witnessed the creation of Maxwell, you've been blessed by its enlightenment. Again, what the fuck is Maxwell?
That Minecraft cat Sis was talking about a couple weeks ago, I think, when we were playing Craft Exile. Look at the recipe for Maxwell, though.
A bunch of cats in a Stargate assembly.
And also, you need liquid neonium.
Nyan. Question is, how do you get that? Assuming you get it as a dust or an ingot or something. Nyanium superstate helium 3. Hot nyanium ingot. Nyanium dust. Nope, you don't get it as a dust. Maybe a tiny dust pile? Nope. What about a nugget? You get a little nug? No? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll find out eventually.
Finding recipes like that is really annoying because Gregtech likes to just auto-generate a lot of things. Like anything that is tagged with ingot is basically given like screws, plates, and all that shit, even if they're useless. It's the dumbest shit ever. Carbon dust, ashes. Oh yeah, that's right. We can start centrifuging ashes, and ashes aren't actually annoying to centrifuge here.
Yeah, it doesn't take 10 years. I
Yeah,
centrifuged a bunch of dark ashes from the um sturdy steel thing over here.
woo! We're pulling 5 amps, baby. I actually don't know how much of our power we're using. The thing is, though, we're still making so much fucking power. And as I was saying to people on the Discord last night, I'm not even using all of my stress. We still have. Oh, I can probably take that energizer out. Oh, take the energizer out. Let's see. We have 83% of our stress remaining. Or, sorry, not remaining. Used. So we have another 17%. So yeah, we still have quite a bit of stress remaining. Not to mention, like, we don't really need the this engine totally being separate anymore. Yeah, this is only using 10% of its stress at the moment. So I could probably patch this into the other one. But I am actually, yeah, I really could patch it into the other one. Because in all honesty, if we need create power now, we can just run a motor over to it. and then convert the power. Yeah, that may wind up happening, Zyke. That's gonna be a bit, though. Either that or... Okay, so it sounds boring to me, but it also sounds fucking hilarious. We could do the lapidary dynamos. Oh shit, yeah, this is also giving us magnesia. I started centrifuging the ashes. Quicklime, potash, magnesia, phosphorus pentoxide, soda ash, and hematite. Actually, you know what? No, the ashes centrifuging is worse on here. Because if I remember right, on Gregtech New Horizons, it took like 10 or like 16 or 30. Like, it took a large amount of ashes, did them in a bulk, had much higher yield chances, and it just took slightly longer. Yeah. Yeah, I actually think the ash centrifuging on here is worse. It looks better on the surface, but when you think about it, it's actually worse. Oh well. What's funny, Zyke, is because the solid blast furnace is just so good, I doubt we're going to wind up making
Using
steel.
EBF to make steel. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Did you want to make one of these bulls?
I was just gonna make one, yeah. Oh, did I? Oh, did you take it out or something?
Yeah. Because you
Yeah,
just left
I
it
was.
in the chest there.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna get pulled in eventually. I didn't
There.
care when it got done.
Well, you had to change the circuit anyway, too.
Oh, I forgot about the circuit shit.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
well.
Well, in... What is that, like... Uh...
Okay, that's funny.
Seven... 7.5 minutes, it's done? What?
You can see the magnet while holding a steel magnetic rod.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Part of the texture. Is your rod magnetic, or are you just happy to see me?
Who knows?
Empty aluminium cell. Oh, that takes an MV assembler. Never mind. Bronze ring. What's the best way to make bronze rings? Okay. Oh. 1, 2. Where's that ass embler? There you are. Uh... I actually really like the texture on the assembler. You can see it animated, just like working, assembling shit. It's great.
Ooh,
Give me
we're at
those.
6.7 amps.
Oh shit, are we? That's spooky.
It'll be fine. Nothing's gonna blow up anyways.
No, but it'll power fail.
And then it'll retry until something can until something stops.
Oh, right. I need to do this in the extractor. Oh, God, that's slow! Pain. I just wanted to make some goddamn circuits.
Oh, you can make the MV circuits in the LV circuit assembler. Okay.
Yeah. Also, all circuits get cheaper in this thing. For example, you get double output on the LV circuits. 2 diode, 2 copper wire, 2 LV circuits, and a circuit board makes a MV circuit.
Jesus Christ.
What?
This thing's made another 200 silicon, or aluminum, almost.
Oh, yeah. Clay line was a good thing to set up.
How do we get chromium?
What power sources is there for steam? Oh, turbine generators, probably.
Ruby dust. Okay. Raw ruby. Hello. Processing.
Holy fuck, that made 22 circuits! What do I need to make more of? Ah, boards. Okay. Well, in the meantime, extractor, how you doing? Cool. Give me that soldering alloy. Shove that in there. And this bad boy. Let's get rid of that recipe. And that take that one. Copper wire. Okay, diode. Diode. Copper. Oh, I'm gonna need to make some copper wire. Phenolic circuit boards. Those. All right, Zyke. We're making LV circuits. Or MV circuits, rather. Oh, shit. That's not good.
Hmm.
We're at 8 amps.
Did anything fail?
Not yet, because I stopped the thing that I had just started. Like, I don't want to chance the EBF failing on the Oh, hey, the silicon pool's done.
Cool. We can't cut it until we make a MV cutter, anyways.
Wait, what? What the fuck? Dumbest shit ever.
That's why I said I wasn't in a rush to get it done, because I knew we didn't have the cutter yet.
Well, if you want to, uh, there's 4 MV circuits in the system now. If you want to make the MV cutter
Well, I need to make the frickin'
converter.
the hell is that blade it wants now?
Oh.
Oh yeah, vanadium steel buzzsaw blade.
Oh. Well, that means you'll have to make your own centrifuge and electrolyzer. Yes, I think it was centrifuge and electrolyzer.
I think I just mixed it. To get the
Rare
vanadium
or
steel.
residue.
Does it need chromium?
Oh no,
for
you
that?
just you electrolyze it and it gives a vanadium magnetite sludge dust, and then we can just hold on to the raw ore slurry for the time being.
Oh,
Vanadium
that one.
magnetite.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, but you do need an MV centrifuge because you need to centrifuge the vanadium magnetite sludge. Rare metallic sludge dust. Oh shit, that gives silver. Ooh. What am I short? Copper wire. Of course I am. How long? Oh, NAND chip is in MV, I think. Yeah, MV. Okay, something stopped. I can put this back in now. Make me copper wire. I'm wondering if I should try and rush to the MV energy hatches and then put those on the mechanical sieves. Because I'm going to have to reset up the mechanical sieves to 4x4 share. Or 2x2 wall share. MV energy hatch. Oh, never mind. We're gonna need a laser engraver and all that shit too. Fuck it. That'll be a job for tomorrow, I think. $7.3 amps. Spooky.
So don't put something in the bender right now, is what you're saying?
Please, not right now. This is almost done, so it'll be fine soon.
All because you wanted to centrifuge some ashes.
No, all because I wanted to be lazy and put the EBF on our LV line. Listen, man, I've never had this much power at LV. Fuck off. We've always been in abject poverty when we've been in LV, okay?
Yeah, I know.
Cut me some fucking slack.
Oh, we're only at 6.3 amps now. Okay, cool.
Yeah, the circuit assembler stopped now.
I just need aluminum plates.
Plates. Oh god.
MV electrolyzer and MV centrifuge. What am I
Centrifuge.
missing? 2 motors. I'm missing aluminum rods. God damn it.
Okay, what was I doing next? I need to make more vacuum tubes. That's what it was that I needed. Steel bolt, copper wire, glass tube. Do I want to do liquid red alloy for this? Yeah, because then I'll get 4 vacuum tubes for every glass tube. Is that worth it? I don't think it is. Wait, yeah. Uh, it is. It is worth it. So, do we have any glass dust? Shit. Glass dust. And glass tube. Ball mold. Balls! Why are those ratios not correct now? Oh, right, because I didn't get all of the lead. Hadoi? Okay, I think that's enough soldering alloy. Oh dear god, that's enough soldering alloy for now. Red alloy ingot. How much does it take for that recipe? 144 divided by 18. Should only need to fluid extract 8 ingots. Minecraft entities try not to hug Gregtech wires with hot liquids inside challenge. Oh, that's funny. Someone posted a picture of Kamaru dying because it decided to walk into what was it? Burned
Hot
to
wire?
death. Steel bolt. Is it still steel bolts for that recipe? Steel bolt and annealed copper wire or cable. Oh. Just gotta keep an eye on that power cable. Guess in the meantime, can make more boards. That's really dumb. There's no cheaper way to make the resin circuit boards. Uh. Oh. Shit. Four. And assembler. Oh. Did my steel plates finish? Good. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I'm making a bunch of large fluid cells. So we don't need to just use a ton of these universal cells to move fluids around. Good old cell chemistry, am I right?
Yep.
Let's see. Oh my god! Okay, this is way better than Gregtech New Horizons. I can right click on a fluid container with a large steel cell, and it doesn't zap me with lightning. The lack of a reaction. Do you forget, Zyke?
Probably.
Alright, I'll be right back. I need to make ramen. Me hungry.
You don't need to, you want to.
Okay. Oh my god. These circuit boards are taking forever. What the heck wire is this? Oh, that's signal. What? Why is it black? That's weird. I thought we had more of that, like, ore slurry and shit. Wait. You're electrolyzing water over here too? Oh, why are you using MV to do
Oh, that wasn't supposed to be water.
it?
Oh, nope. Don't make water. This is supposed to be the slurry.
Oh, okay.
That's
I
it.
was about to say, if you're gonna electrolyze water, do it at low voltage, man.
No, no, no. It's supposed to be this. I just haven't attached it yet. Top is gonna be this one. Yeah, that one. There. Now it should be. Oh, I gotta make it draw. There. Where's it at?
Interesting.
Did I do that wrong? The output's supposed to be orange.
Yes.
Okay, that's what it is.
I was about to say, yeah.
There we go. Oh, that's actually
Raw
pretty fast.
ores.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, that also makes more raw ore slurry. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's why I'm dumping this over here to the centrifuge, and then that's just gonna dump right into the centrifuge with the fluid. But I ran out of circuits to make the centrifuge, so yeah.
Wait, did you? Oh.
Yeah, 4. There was only 2 left.
Uh,
So I was like, I'll just deal with it later.
well, I'm in the process of making more circuit boards for low voltage ones so that I can make a few more high volt or medium voltage ones. Not high voltage.
High voltage. You're getting real expectant.
Shut up. Um.
How come quest no complete? I can pick up all these. Oh, it's because they're all shit that needs to be centrifuged and shit. That needs to be centrifuged in MV. That needs to be centrifuged in MV. That needs to be centrifuged. Oh my god.
Why can't I pick up this hydrochloric acid with a cell? This shit sucks. Wait, what?
Full cell? I don't know. Try bucket. I don't know.
$2,000. Did you miss?
I was just jumping around for fun.
Oh, oh. Oh! Oh, that's annoying.
What?
The liquid that you're putting into something has to be able to handle, like, stainless steel drum can handle gases, cryogenics, and acids. Gold drum can handle gases and acids. Titanium drum can only handle gases. It has to be rated for what you're putting in. That's why I can't put fucking hydrochloric acid in a cell.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's dumb too. Ugh. Okay, get that iron dust out of there. I think it was silver foil. Yeah. Pick up that hydrogen. Empty universal cells can go in there. Alright, we'll let that make those for a bit. Oh, cool, this is done. So I don't need empty steel cell. I don't need this glue in here anymore. Um, glue. So I need fuck. What was it going in there again? Oh, the annealed copper wire. Oh, and I was making glass tubes. What? Why? Oh. Alright. Mr. Assembler. You are going to make me 4 stacks of vacuum tubes. Yeah, you heard me right. 4 stacks. Let's go.
Only 4 stacks?
Should last us for a while. Oh my god! My nose is so itchy! Basic resin printed board. Got more resistors. Red alloy wire. Okay. Let's make
We're
some
at
more circuits.
6.9 amps. Nice.
Cool, so I can fire up the circuit assembler then. Oh, it's only using 16. Oh! Hey, you wanna know what I just realized about the arc furnace in this pack? It
Does it take
doesn't.
multiple amps?
Yeah! I didn't even realize that until I like looked at the recipes for it.
Oh, okay, cool.
What?
I completed quests by
Oh.
picking up stuff.
Ugh. Are you off tomorrow?
No.
No. It's a holiday.
For who?
Uh.
Not for me.
Oh, I thought it was Arbor Day. Some shit like that.
Oh, we don't get that stupid shit off anyways.
So here in Manitoba, it is known as Terry Fox Day. In Saskatchewan, it's Saskatchewan Day. In Newfoundland, it's Regatta Day. Natal Day in Nova Scotia and PEI. Simcoe Day in Toronto. The fuck? Huh. Interesting. That's why it always sounded fucking familiar.
What's that?
Naquada's from fucking Stargate. Like the show. Movie?
Oh,
Show? Whatever. Series. We'll say series. The fuck tier are they looking at?
HV.
That's HV? Oh, yeah, it is.
The picture that guy that posted, yeah, it said HV in it somewhere. I thought it's like the automation age or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you're looking at a quest tree. What do you want me to say?
By the way, what do we need to make jet boots? Oh. Oh, no, we have to buy them. Advanced Assembler. An industrial revolution. I guess that's the... Yeah, that's the MV. Assembler. Oh, hey. So, how many circuits is that? That's 54. Ooh. Did you take some of the circuits?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, okay.
just the MV ones. I didn't take any low voltage ones.
Oh. Weird. I should have gotten a stack of...
Oh, I put some of them in the system. Sorry, I just took
Oh.
the circuits that were in there and put them in the system.
Okay, that's why I was confused.
Yeah, so there's 12 LV ones in the system. Sorry.
And I ran out of vacuum tubes. So I'll have to make more. Or wait, no. Made more than enough. I ran out of resistors. So resistors... Oh, that's not the recipe that I want. Because now we can make 4 to a recipe. Yeah. Okay, so I need annealed copper, coal. Oh, we'll grab the charcoal. Oh. Cool.
Oh Jesus. That's funny.
What?
To make argon, you have to distill DT liquid air.
Okay.
It's just I find that funny
Why do you find it funny, eh?
because I was just looking at how to make
Well,
netherite ingot. The only way to make it is argon, 3 dust, and gold in an EVF at EV.
but at the same time, what use is netherite?
Don't know yet.
Exactly.
Netherite armor, the ultimate backpack,
Oh boy.
a bigger backpack.
Jesus Christ. The CBF is so slow. Oh my god. Yeah, Clayline is massively overpowering it. Wait a minute. What the fuck's going on over here? What the hell did I run out of? Oh, diodes. Fuck. I don't want to make more diodes.
Then don't.
But we need more diodes. I don't want to make more diodes.
Well, that's quite a pickle you're in, isn't it?
Mom! I don't want to make diodes. Wait, what? I was like waiting for more red alloy wire to finish, and I was dumb. Are you excited to go back to playing Craft to Exile once Trunk is back?
Oh yeah, Pratty's on vacation or doing something
Yeah, he's in the city.
in a
Okay.
shitty. He's in the shitty.
I need gallium arsenide, annealed copper. Oh. But first I need to wait until this is done. Right, I need an MV assembler to make that.
What?
The steam pipe for making a lapidary boiler. So I was gonna do a
Oh,
lapidary boiler and replace all of our steam production with it. Cause like I don't know what rate it makes it at, but it makes it incredibly quickly compared to, the steam boilers that we have. Hmm. What the fuck? Oh, good. This is done. I need an empty steel cell. Diode. uh, yep. That's locked behind an MV centrifuge. Cool. Well, now that we're technically in MV, we could get into oil. But by the sounds of it, it'd just be easier to use the ethanol that you have mostly set up already.
For what?
Diodes. For making polyethylene and shit.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna make that soon since we have MV circuits.
I'm working on making more fucking diodes.
Yeah, yeah, I need to make that MV brewery or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah. I think it was a distillery, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a distillery.
Oh, was it? Yeah, that's what it was. Distillery, not brewery. Yeah, because distillation tower. Yeah,
Yeah, on the bright side, at least on this mod pack, it lets you skip the fucking fermenter to make fermented biomass. Because on New Horizons, you had to make fermented biomass to get the ethanol from it.
yeah, that sounds familiar.
That's what I did the first time round for our first bit of polyethylene. And then we were doing fuel the second time round, so I was like, fuck that.
Yeah, you did oil, and then you just did oil in a crack. No, not a cracker. What the hell was it?
Chemical
That
plant.
thing called
Or chemical reactor.
chemical reactor. Yeah, with steam or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, shit. More several silver foil. Hey, Bendy boy. Just so you know, if you need to use the bender, I'm setting it to circuit 10.
Okay. Also, this recipe takes 12 seconds in the centrifuge down here. Jesus Christ.
That doesn't sound bad.
Well,
Oh, God.
yeah, I made a second centrifuge because there was too many ores to go through. So I'm just dumping the liquid into the one and all the shit to get centrifuged in the other one.
But it's not going into the other one. Oh, wait.
Yeah, just the fluid is going into the first centrifuge.
Oh, I keep getting mixed up by the fact that it calls it buckets instead of liters. Because I see the B and I think millibuckets.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
You have any extra LV upgrades, or not to make a couple for these?
No, we don't have any.
Okay, just asking because I didn't know if you had any.
Oh god, we can't process that till HV? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's why I want to store the rest of it. I'm like, why is this?
Bruh.
I'm just like, why? Why do you make this a line for different tiers? Why can't I just do it all in one tier?
Because then it wouldn't
Oh
be
well,
Greg.
we have crushed lepidolite, pyrochlor, and pyrolusite.
Well, make sure that that stuff goes into a drawer controller thing.
Oh, well, it's going into this colossal chest.
Okay, or that. Okay, 64 LV circuits and 13 MV circuits going in. Thank Jeebus. Can I get this soldering alloy out of this cell so I can move on with my life? Yay.
Copronical spring.
For
Okay.
what?
The distillery.
Oh. Okay. Well, I guess it's going to be time for me to set up MV line, eh? Converter. Yeah, I'll make. Should I do an 8 amp? Nah, let's do a 16 amp.
Do a 32. Oh, no, 16 is the max, isn't it?
I could do 64. Wait.
MV converter 1, 4, 8, and 16.
Oh yeah,
Or
there
even
isn't.
64.
There isn't a 64.
16x signal wire. Jesus.
Oh shit. Hey, signaling is cheap. We've got so much of it.
Got like 400 of it or something now left.
Do you plan on putting anything? Oh, we have no more wrenches? What? Weird.
You're probably missing the plates.
Oh. Yes, indeedly doodly. Are you planning on putting anything along the line near the electric ore factory?
Um. Uh.
Because I was thinking of doing MV line across this way. Because then it's around main. If not, then maybe I'll just tear this down and set it up here.
Um. Nah, we can move this if need be. I just had Says set this up wherever. So
Well, I
it's
mean, I was gonna put the converter over here and then just run the machines
branch
down
out
this
this
way.
way. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay. Oh, aluminum plates. Plates.
Oh yeah, freaking copronical spring. Copronical ingot. I need to make rods. Because firsthand. All right, bendy boy. Circuit 1. That requires MV, doesn't it?
What?
Nope. Bender, circuit 1. Oh, I need to make long coppernickel rods first. Oh, jeez. Okay, how do I make forge hammer? Sure. Long rods into the bender. There we go. What else are these long coppernickel rods used for?
There we go.
Brewery. Okay.
So... There. Signal wire can go in there. And the first thing that I'm going to make is the assembler. Maybe.
Not the cutter? Okay. We need that anyways also, but it doesn't matter.
Shit. Copper cable. Oh, hey, I just realized that you can't, or when you have like a rubber plate in your hand, it doesn't put it on the cover of a goddamn machine.
You want to know what you should make
Ah,
besides the assembler? An extruder.
true. Oh, wait, that's the electrolyzer. Where's the assembler? No, that's the polarizer. Oh my god.
Were you out of copper cable? Oh, or, you're making copper cables right now. I think I just heard you say that.
Yes, I am. I don't need any more signal wire. There's enough in there. Make me more copper. What the fuck? That is so many ore processors. 16.
Said he
That's
was making
28 of
24.
them.
Oh, he said 24,
One,
but I guess
two,
28,
three,
whatever.
4, 5, 6, 7 times 4. Yeah. Who let the weebs out of their cage? It's too
It's too
little.
little.
Forsake the cylinder. That screenshot doesn't exist. I'll put more.
Somehow, what do you mean somehow? You literally just had to put more down. All right. This biomass, I need to put where at? Okay.
Oh my god. This assembler is so slow at making the copper cable. Ah!
Make the MV one and put it in the MV assembler.
I'm trying to make the MV1. You fuck. Oh, god damn it, I need to make small aluminum gears, too. Ah! Ran out of aluminum plates. Again. Then I need to make MV conveyors. Nope. What did I run out of? Copper cable. Course I did. Course I fucking did. Oh, right. Now I need to make... Oh, right. We don't have any more aluminum in there. Fuck, we only have 5 more ingots. Shit. Now flip them upside down and put more on top. Bruh. What you need to go do is dig out the screenshot of your sandwich mixers.
God, did I post a picture of that?
You did, yes.
Okay, from me has image.
It's gonna be far back.
Oh God, there's 45 pages of pictures.
It was worse for me. Hey, look, we got the MV assembler.
What am I looking for again? Oh yeah,
Sifter.
mixers. Oh, sifter. That's sifters, that's right.
Hell yeah. Oh, I ran out of rubber.
Did
Come
I
here,
just hear
you.
you say we're out of rubber?
No, no, I ran out of like liquid rubber.
Oh. See, I thought we had like 3,000 of that shit.
Oh my god, it's still so slow! It's 3 seconds per cable!
Was it the first time we played, or was it this other time we played? Second
Both
time.
times. Hey, Zyke,
Yeah.
we can buy the jet boots now. Yoink.
Hey, those are all my coins.
Those are our coins, sir?
Hey, accept some quests so I can buy some
I
boots.
accepted every single quest.
Well, fuck you, there's not enough coins. There's 1 coin short.
Sneak right click to apply enchantments. Oh, hell yeah! Hey, Zyke,
Mm-hmm.
where are you? Oh, you're upstairs.
I'm AFKing, but I'm trying to look for that picture.
Oh. So you don't have Minecraft up right now?
Discord's on my third screen, so I have it up.
Ah! Ah! Okay. Yeah, this is just creative flight. Oh my god, I love it. Okay,
It
so
should
what
have been
quest can we do?
flight simulator flight.
No. No.
Why not?
Really? No steel plates? Bruh. Trying to help Zyke out. Hit! Anvil. Okay. That's a quest complete. Even though I really don't care about that quest. That is... Oh. Come here, basic lathe. Okay. What next? Basic wire mill. What next? Super chest, basic alloy smelter. God damn it. I don't want to make those. Well, I mean, well, I wish that was a super tank instead of a super
There's a
chest.
quest for a super tank
Oh, I guess
on
just
top right.
later on. Top
No, it's on
right.
top right.
It's over there.
Oh,
Oh, right, because it's locked behind fucking MV. Fucking dumb.
well, we can't make it until I finish the polyethylene either. But I think I found the picture though.
Oh, did you?
I only got 4 more pages to go through, so I'm just gonna see if I got another one.
Oh, let's go grab the monocrystalline bowl. Cool. How many more coins is that? 4. Hey, we got enough for your boots. Grab your boots, boy. Ding, ding. Wait, what the fuck? Just using them levels it up? Huh. It was funny how much cursed shit we had in our playthrough, by the way.
I can't fly.
You have to charge them.
I know, I'm joking. I need to steal this from my own Gregtech. POC.
Perfect overclock. They don't get perfect overclock. They just get enough parallels that it doesn't matter. Oh my god. There's so many mobs on Siz's spawning thing here. Oh, now they're all chasing me. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be a while. Okay, we have 2,300 golden carrots. I'm not moving shit around for that anymore. The fuck was that one? Oh, well, oh no,
The
that
the node or whatever.
yeah. But the ore processing, realizing that I fucked up and everything just sitting inside the ore processing plant was the funniest part. What?
Someone's like negatives.
Why were they negatives?
Because it overflowed or some shit. I can't
Oh,
remember.
right. Oh yeah, I guess says probably doesn't need the weather cycle anymore.
Oh, I turned that back on because I needed that snow to make ice.
Oh,
But I already made the ice to make the black stone thing, so you can leave it disabled.
I'll have to wait. Oh, I need. Where are my steel cells again?
Where do I want to set you up? That way I don't mix power lines. Sure, I'm just gonna raise you up one layer. Fluid poop. And then suck out of there to dump into here.
I mean, as long as
Like
you just
that.
don't place it. Wait, what recipe are you doing?
The ethanol. Circuit one.
Oh, okay, never mind. I was about to say you could probably just, you know, or
It takes like 120 or
yeah,
some shit. Or
takes 100
100,
flat.
yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, do I need any other things for the ethanol here? Also, why is that not sucking out? Top. Which one is top on this fucking thing? Is it that one? There it is.
It's probably the one on top, Zyke.
Well, the that configuration UI messes my brain a little. Biomass in the distillery turns into ethanol and wood pulp. Wait, do I have to make sulfuric acid? Oh, I do.
Oh, I need capronical wire.
Make what?
4x capronical wire. What? That's not a quest?
What? Most of the MV machines are not quests.
Oh, that's surprising.
The laser engraver, cutter, and the centrifusion electrolyzer are. I don't think anything else is. Oh, assembler, never mind.
Well, I made the extrudy. Trudy the extrudy.
Now it's just time to make all the frickin' molds for it, too. How's this doing over here? Oh yeah, that reminds me. Oh yeah. That's what I wanted to do. LV upgrade. LV upgrade. Alright, need bronze gear, soul infused glass, silver plates. Bronze gears. I'm just gonna take all these bronze gears and make 8 of these things. Because we'll use them. Soul infused glass. How do I make you?
We can
Tempered
also
glass.
we can make MV ones now too.
Well, don't we have to make them LV to make them MV?
Yeah. You have to make the LV upgrade to make the MV upgrade. You don't need an LV upgrade on the thing to make it MV.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I set up the MV machines to output into the colossal chest, by the way.
Oh, you're just going under.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is I can just make the MV kits straight up.
Yeah. And in doing so, you could also upgrade all the other ones too. Well, not all of them. You know what I mean.
Liquid redstone. MV circuits. I want to spend all of our MV circuits on that though.
Oh. Is it actually... Oh shit, it actually does take a circuit. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, it also takes signal and glass. Ew. Okay.
That takes a
That'll
MV
be...
to the solidifier. Yeah, I can't do that.
Yeah, never mind then. That being said, the MV expanded tank kit, you can make that for sure. Oh, never mind. Alloy smelter. Well, actually, we can make an MV alloy smelter. Hold on. I think an MV alloy smelter will be worth it. I need the capronical coils, or wires that I've been making.
Okay, I wish there was a thing like in Gregtech where you could like shift click and see how many resources of each one you need. Like do the shift
You
control shift key
can...
thing.
You can do that with the recipe tree. But you need to add all the default recipes to it. That's what the heart icon is. It's adding it to that. Okay, we have a MV alloy smelter. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Problem is, like, you just can't see that in my inventory.
Yeah, I know. You might be able to get it too. Recipe screen. Let me mess with this and see if I can figure it out. Right sidebar, pages, index, craftables. Left sidebar, favorites. Crafting history, craftables, index none. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, never mind. Okay, this alloy smelter is a lot faster. It's faster than the Steam boy.
I really would hope so, Maple.
What was I still missing for this? Oh, yeah, I can actually make that now. Okay, time to make a lapidary. Liquid tin alloy LV and a flux coil. LV. Oh. LV machine hull. Oh. Okay, so gear extruder mold. Here we go. Here's our first extruder mold. It's the gear. Half price gears. Let's go. Holy shit, that's slow. Pain.
So 5 times 8 is 40. I need 40 ingots of tin to freaking solidify or fluidify.
Fluidify?
Yeah, fluidify.
Okay. You know what? I'm already getting tired of that. Star Wars. Oh. Go to song radio. There we go. So much quicker. It does red alloy in 1 second. Someone's calling and I think it might be for me. Color kids are running down the block. Oh my god! Why does it take 20 seconds to make 2 gold rods in a lathe? Gold is a fucking soft metal! What the fuck? My brother in Christ.
Basically, go fuck yourself. That's what you mean. What that means.
Pain. Star worshiper calling out a name, waiting round the backstage door, try to get in. Person on my wall.
What is MG source? Electrolyzed obsidian. Ah, cool.
Magnesium. That's right. Electrolyzing obsidian is also a silicon and iron source too,
Do
and
we
it's
need
giga oxygen.
magnesium right now, or what?
I don't think
Are we
so.
getting some of that?
Oh, magnesium. We will need it.
Oh, magnolium.
Magnesium chloride. Yeah, it's basically going to be magnesium. Because I think magnesium gear is used for something. That's that's if. Oh no, not a gear. Magnesium rod.
Ah, I like that name of that multi-block.
What?
Hellfire Alloy Materializer.
Oh,
Oh my god, that thing is freaking huge. What the fuck?
hellfire. Mm, yeah, that's pretty big. Oh hey, you can zoom out. But hey, if you think about it, it's at least more interesting than a fucking 15 by 15 by 15 box.
Yeah, yeah. Or the
Fucking box.
what is it? The multi-block arc furnace, which is like 3 deep and then 20 by 20 or 21 by 21 or whatever the fuck it was.
It was variable.
But I mean the one with the most parallels was the biggest width and length but shortest depth, wasn't it, or some shit like that?
I can't remember. The most hilarious thing about it, though, is that you could make it entirely out of input buses.
Oh yeah, because they didn't require any of the fucking
Yeah, it didn't
arc,
require a single goddamn casing, and it was the
arc,
funniest shit ever.
arc furnace casing. That's right.
Where's all that tin alloy? Did did I do something with all the tin alloy?
There's 216 in this
I should have a
drop.
lot more
And I
somewhere.
don't know what happened to it. I'm just making liquid tin.
Are you done with it?
Yep. Just to
Tin
hope I put in the
alloy.
right amount of tin and it gets
You got until I make more tin alloy, because we're out.
tinoloy. Tinoloy.
So that's tin and iron. 50-50. Overclocking.
Quest doesn't give a reward though.
Oh. Something tells me Trunk is not going to want to join at this point. Good luck explaining everything to him.
Ah, he might get it.
So you're done with the extractor?
Sure.
Too late. Uh... Oh, I don't have any more steel cells. Oh, never mind. I got one more.
Now you have two. I was using one to transfer the liquid tin.
Oh.
Oh, that's electrolyzers ran through all the rare ore residue already. Nice.
All right. Time to make a lapidary dynamo. Boom! Okay, so this is now a lapidary steam boiler. Uh, Inventory cable. I don't know how much this is gonna make though. That's kind of the most hilarious thing about this. Oh god. Well, I'll leave. Oh. Oh, never mind. I keep forgetting that I can fly now.
That reminds me, is my thing charged?
Did you put in an MV machine?
No, an LV1.
Oh. Well, why would you go and do that to yourself?
Because I was gonna forget about it until later anyways. No, it's gonna be easier to build.
Yes, considerably so. I'm surprised they give us fucking creative flight so early like this.
Yeah, that's strange. Okay. Rare metallic residue dust. You are electrolyzed. Okay. Rare earth. You are centrifuged. Okay. Nope. You're electrolyzed. Don't want you in there.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. Make me more bronze. 5 seconds for 4 bronze ingots. Can't remember how long it took in the Steam Boy.
Chromite. Electrolyzer. Okay, don't want to deal with you yet. Vanadium magnetite. Okay, what about cobaltite then? Electrolyzer. Vanadium magnetite. There we go. You are centrifuged.
I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. So if I take a diamond. No, let's not do a diamond. Let's take a nether quartz, and I'm gonna see how much steam this produces. Oh. What did I need to upgrade this? Oh. Signalium. Make me some signalium gears, please. 20 seconds a gear. Oh. Oh. That's a totally different shit. So.
Oh, look! Nitration mixture to make industrial TNT.
Soul. Shit. I need soul infused gears. 4 seconds to make a soul-infused gear. Let's go, gamers. Oh, shit. Let's see. Oh, wrong one. It's 30 seconds to make this goddamn cell upgrade. Oh, shit. Okay, that's it. That's neat. Ah, I can't do it in the steam alloy smelter. I should have known.
What are we trying to make?
The MV expanded tank kit.
Oh,
Fucking take signal of gears. Like, goddamn. I was gonna use one on Steam. Alright, Zyke. Are you ready?
sure.
Which one do you want upgraded? Probably the one directly onto on the drilling thing, eh? The raw ore slurry one? Considering we can't
Well,
process
that
that for a
one's
while.
gonna. Well, no, it's processing right now. It just takes a while.
Oh. Okay.
Probably these.
Which one? I
Probably the
guess
one that's getting full.
the mineral residue? Alright.
Yeah.
2.3. Oh, it's a 12x, that's why. Woo!
Yeah, because I put the LV upgrade on. I didn't realize there was a difference between the. Because you can put the LV upgrade kits on these also. I didn't realize that there
Yep.
was a tank one specifically.
Yeah, there's also like the LV upgrade kit, and then you can also do the cell upgrade kits for these cells over here, the redstone flux cells.
Gotcha.
That's why these have 60 million capacity now. All right. 2.3 million.
You can change the speed on your boots by hitting G, by the way.
I I think this is fast enough. Um. Now my question is, where the fuck do I want to set this lapidary dynamo up? Honestly, I may just tear down this oak tree farm and all the creosote ovens. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I don't need this thing
Well,
anymore.
we need creosote though. Well, creosote's a better thing for the lubricant, in my opinion. But
It's like, did I not tell you that we're going to be doing benzene? We're gonna get creosote, sir.
that's
That,
later.
Not to
That's
mention,
not normal.
I want to set up the thing here because this is where all of our steam infrastructure is, and I don't want to use these boilers anymore.
What's wrong with the boilers?
They're shit. So I am getting rid of the coke ovens. If you want, you can set up the coke ovens somewhere else.
You really make that card holder.
Card holder?
Yeah, for all the laser IO cards.
That's a thing.
Yes, it is.
As you can tell, I've just been raw dogging it here. Put that there. Oh, Mr. High Pressure Steam Boilers. Goodbye. My steam machines are going to fail momentarily, but it's fine. Now, let us see how much steam this makes. So, oh my god, its throughput is insane. So down is in and up is out. We put in one singular nether quartz, and I'll see how much steam it makes. It makes it incredibly quickly. Oh, it may for one thing of nether quartz, it makes 19,000 well 20,000 steam. So what if I shove diamonds into it? 150 millibuckets per tick of steam. I haven't even put an LV upgrade into it. Uh, Unfortunately, we don't have any, so I'll have to make some. Oh my god, one diamond makes so much. Is it done? Nope. Still going.
Oh,
What?
that works. Apparently you can upgrade the fluid cells with holding an enchantment table.
Yeah.
I just need bookshelves. And more levels, because I only have 25 levels.
So, one diamond makes 150,000 steam at 15 or 150 steam per tick. There we go. God, I love carry on. Let's see. Large bronze pipe. We'll attach that. There. And now, for my next trick, Oh, shit. Tom Simple Storage. Diamond. Yeah, I'm going to power this lapidary dynamo with diamonds. You're not my real dad. Diamond power is always the best form of power in Gregtech, right?
Sure.
God damn it. I hate placing these Tom's Simple Storage hoppers. Ugh, Jesus Christ.
Why are you using them?
To pull directly from the system? Or
Ah,
from all of our storage, whatever. You know what I mean. There we go. So this is consuming 37 millibuckets of water per tick to make 150 millibuckets a tick of steam. Let's see. Oh, shit. I forgot how annoying the LV upgrade kit was to make. Bronze gear, soul-infused glass.
I made like 8 of them. There should be a couple in that output chest in the line.
Oh. Oh, yeah, there is. Cool. And soul-infused gear. That. Oh, that's not the thing that I needed. Redstone flux cell. Oh, here we go. Maximum output plus 50%. Fuel energy. Do I want to do an LV auxiliary reaction chamber kit for 50% increased maximum output, but reduced fuel energy? I'll see how good the kit winds up being.
Fuck.
What?
I don't have enough fucking sugar cane.
Oh.
Putting this farm I
Oh
made.
my god! I need more fluid pipes. That takes so much fucking water now. Oh my god. It makes 900 millibuckets of steam a tick.
were you making before?
Uh, 210 between 7 high pressure liquid steam boilers.
Huh.
So yeah, the lapidary boiler is kind of an upgrade.
Just a little bit, I guess.
Yeah. Card cloner. But yeah, if you want, you can set up the coke ovens elsewhere. If you still want the
Ah, I can't. This can't be waterlogged to do what I wanted to do. Oh well.
what?
I wanted to sieve mud.
Oh,
I'm like, I'll just do this to get sugarcane real quick.
wait, do we not have any sugarcane?
We had 2, and I planted it, and it's not growing fast enough, so I'm just gonna do this.
Sugarcane dried kelp block. What? Oh, right. We're gonna have to farm sugar in some way, shape, or form.
Well, I'm making the farm over there for sugarcane right now.
No, no, like a lot of sugar.
For what?
Oxygen and carbon.
Ah,
You forgot already. Oh, wait,
well, I
what?
didn't forget. Hmm?
Oh! Alright, that's not gonna work anymore. Because sugar electrolyzes into carbon and water.
Instead of what again? Sorry.
On Gregtech New Horizons, it was like a shit ton. A shit ton of oxygen and carbon. It was like two carbon, no, 3 carbon to 29 buckets of oxygen.
Oh yeah, that's right. What about the multi-block? Does that change? It's probably just the same recipe.
Yeah, it just uses the same recipe. So we're gonna have to figure out another option for oxygen. I can probably already think of something. Considering a lot of our resources are infinite, like for example, yeah, magnesia. Oh no, fuck! What am I talking about, Zyke? Fucking, I'm gonna set up okay. So, I need to settle down.
Hey,
Uh,
will you finish a fucking thought? Like what's going on here?
obsidian line. What do I need? Oh, is it only available in HV? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it looks like that's only available in HV, but I can still do it another way, I think. Oh, never mind. Oh, oh yeah, shit. That is HV minimum. So maybe I'll have to set up a quad barrel to make it.
Obsidian?
Yeah, to make enough lava for what I wanted to do. I want to set up obsidian line where you macerate it into obsidian dust and then you electrolyze it. because that gives magnesium, iron, silicon, and a lot of oxygen.
Oh,
50% of
yeah,
the
the
obsidian is oxygen.
yeah, fucking lava production sucks ass.
It does.
Honestly, your best. Oh, never mind. That's 80 seconds. Yeah, maybe that is better actually.
What?
Industrial barrel. Oh, never mind. That was stainless steel.
Yeah.
Never mind. How fast is the crucible melting, or was that slow? That was slow as shit,
It
wasn't it?
was like 4 per second, but it's fairly easy to scale up. Oh, what about magma blocks? Uh, that would require Sis to set up the magma cream farm, and it'd be absolutely insane.
Well, the problem is he can't set up a magma cream farm.
Oh, it has to be in the nether, I guess, eh?
Yeah, and we don't have access to another until like fucking UHV or UVC or some shit.
Which is weird. Also, you should make one of these farms for the sugarcane. Oh, you are? Never mind. Fuck me.
Hey, Maple, there's a sugarcane farm right fucking here. That's what I was trying to do this whole fucking time. You're out of sugarcane.
Ah.
Because I wanted paper to make books to
Wait,
enchant the fluid tanks.
what? Oh. Oh, we can't use sawdust for paper in this. Oh. Oh, yeah, we can. Well, I mean, if you want to set up a chemical bath.
Yeah, I'm good right now. Or Chad. I guess I could have done Chad. How do you can get fucking Chad?
Don't.
Okay, it doesn't exist. Never mind. Nope,
I
not doing
mean,
Chad.
it does. Like, you grind up a bookcase.
Yeah, that's real useful. Haha.
Mm-hmm. Um, but yeah, I may have to just set up an obsidian farm, which means I'm probably gonna have to take all of this down. This makes. I think that will probably make enough cobblestone for 4 of these, which means this. Hmm. This will make 2 buckets of lava every 10 seconds. And then this will make it damn near instantly. Until HV, this is the fastest way to do it. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. I can't even put lava in. Oh. That's a. Oh. Never mind. I'm dumb. Disregard me. Empty steel cell. That's not enough. Give me all of that lava, and I'm gonna start tearing all this down. I guess I'll leave that there because that's gonna be our obsidian for a little bit. Well, actually, that can just be obsidian that we have available to us in the system. And I guess I'll set this up.
Also,
Oh, my pickaxe broke. What's that?
I was just gonna say also in a little bit, um, might be able to make a greenhouse instead of that farm because it just takes MV stuff.
Hmm. It's forever. It's not enough. It's not enough. Even if it lasts forever. Oh yeah. Uh We can start making the basic pipe upgrades now too. I mean, they're still kind of annoying to make considering they take conveyor modules, but
What do they do?
here, let me make one to get the exact numbers of it. But it makes the pipes better. I'm trying to think of which pipe would benefit from it the most. We've kind of built everything that we have around not needing it, actually. Oh, wait. I got the perfect one to test it on. Hello, Steam. Oh, it doubles it. Like it doubles the amount that it can pull at a time.
Gotcha.
So yeah, that now pulls 100 mil buckets per tick, which, yeah, that might not be worth it. Never mind. Honestly, your best bet if you need to pull a lot of liquid quickly is to use laser IO. Because if I remember right, laser IO doesn't really have an upper limit per se. Fluid. Oh. Fluid card. 5,000 every second. But you can also install overclockers on it, I think. Node overclocker, I believe. And they're pretty cheap.
Is wood pulp used for anything really?
You can use it for paper.
Phenolic boards, paper, compressor to wood planks. Mixer to fertilizer.
Card mechanics. Hey there, Weed. Extractor and stalker cards have a default and minimum value of 20 with a maximum value of 1200, unless card overclockers are installed. The following minimum tick speeds are allowed with the designated overclockers installed. So if you put 4 overclockers, it allows you to extract every tick. Example, item cards can only extract at most 8 items every 20 ticks, 1 second. With 4 overclockers installed, they can reach 64 items every 4 ticks. Oh. I guess I made the wrong one. Yeah, there we go. So with a 1 logistic overclocker, it does 10,000 every 16 ticks. Then it's 20,000 every 12 ticks, 30,000 every 8 ticks, so on and so forth. It looks like they did some custom amounts to this. Okay, so it can only do 40,000. What is that, fluid? 40,000 mil buckets every 4 ticks. which is still really good. That is incredibly quick still. Because that's what, 200,000 a second? So, we're back. I gotta pee.
Okay.
Ugh. Oh yeah, so last night I basically got confirmation on how fragile the male ego is. Because there was a wedding at work last night, and it was like 400 people, and it was a corkage bar, so they brought in their own liquor. Uh, and like that basically means that they weren't paying for alcohol. Like the guests weren't paying for alcohol, so people were liquored up. Um, and um, when the event was ending, apparently one of the guys asked a girl at the wedding for their Instagram or some shit. She gave it to him, and turns out she was married, and the husband got mad, and then it started a fucking standoff out in the parking lot. They're getting in each other's face, and I step in as a third party. Hey, no fighting. Get the fuck apart. And then they start getting in my face about it. And like I said, just confirmation of how fragile the male ego is. Oh my god. Wait, huh? I didn't realize that these copper storage upgrades are multiplicative. What?
Yes.
I thought they were going to be additive. Holy shit. That changes everything. But
Oh
yeah.
yeah. So I have 3 holding 4 fluid cells.
Oh my god. How'd you get the levels for that? I'm still only level 7.
I haven't died.
I've only died
How
like
do you-
twice.
I haven't died once, except for like right at the very beginning.
But
I
how
died
did
on
you
purpose.
get the experience in general? Like, damn. So
I
which
don't
ones are your
remember.
holding ones?
I haven't placed them yet. It's gonna be this one and this one. 96k, straight up. Rather than what was it, 16k?
Yeah. So maybe that is
32k.
worth it.
32k to 96k. This one's just gonna go in the system.
I guess those things are worth it. And not for you. Okay. What was I doing? Right, setting up the large barrel. Probably gonna set it up down here, I guess. Oh yeah, and also the higher tiers of pipes upgrades let you put filters on them too.
Oh, gotcha.
Probably doesn't matter that much, but
I mean, by the time we get to that, honestly, it's like
yeah, yeah, I know.
we have AE2, it's like not worth it.
Exactly.
Yeah, let me make this one out of aluminum.
This one what?
Oh, the improved pipe upgrade.
One, two, three, four, five. Wait, can these barrels wall share? Yes, they can. They just can't share buses and shit. I hate that
Can't?
restriction. No, apparently you can't share buses on these. Dun, 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 dun. Actually, idea. I'm gonna lay these down. We're just gonna spill all the contents of these barrels out. Oh. Uh. Well. Cool. Oh shit. Jesus. I need a Gregtech wrench. Wait, what? Why isn't this rotating? Oh, there we go. What? Oh, great. I'm gonna have to set these up here. Or, wait, are they not gonna let me lay them down? Oh, bah! Okay.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Faux do. Let's see. Crash reports? What was the crash? Countered exception while building chunk meshes. Okay. Wanting more. I just want you to know. Been looking at your poster on my wall. Uh-oh. Oh, never mind, they're down here. Star worshiper calling out a name. The backstage door tried to get in. Hmm. Oh no! I actually cannot rotate it this way, I don't think. Wow! Fuck you too.
So what do I really do? I need to save this oxygen or this nitrogen? I mean, are you gonna use this
Uh,
for something possibly?
we will. Like, you're doing the ender air, aren't you? Or not the ender air, but the regular air, right?
Yeah, I'm just centrifuging some of it for oxygen.
I would really like to save the nitrogen, yes. Especially considering that
Tank up for
is like
kit.
a main source of
You want
nitrogen.
another one of those tank upgrade kits or no?
I don't have any, no. I used them. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I was just asking. Did you use all them LV kits? Nope, I found
Okay.
there's 3 in here.
I couldn't remember off the top of my head. All right, well, let's see if this works then. Star worshiper. Wait, I can't do. Wait a minute. Large stone. I can't put any. I can't put any buses on the bottom, so it doesn't matter. Ah! All right, back to the drawing board. You know what? I'm just gonna say fuck it. Oh, I'm missing one. I'm just gonna say fuck it, and we're not gonna wall share.
Well, you can't wall share 'em?
Well, like I said, you can't share the buses. Remember?
Oh,
So because I can't share the buses, I don't wanna. 4 times 3 is 12, so I need 36. Oh my god, that is so large! That is large and in charge. Oh. But yeah, I wanted all the IO on like one side of these things, but because I can't use the base, and that only leaves so much space for IO, I was like, I'll just do it all on the ass, I guess. Uh, Wait, I can just use LV input hatches and shit, can I?
wait. Oh, never mind. I was wondering why this nitrogen gas tank has more than the slurry one that you put the MV one on, and I didn't realize I forgot that this has holding on it. Because with just the LV upgrade kit and LV tank kit, this has 4.6 million capacity.
Bruh. Oh no, that's gravel. Ah, god damn it. Output? Yeah, those are output, so I need the input hatch.
Okay, so oxygen. I need to get sulfur down here. Wow, I might actually use a hopper.
They're handy.
Okay. chemical reactor.
Chemical?
Chemical. How many of these do I need? 2, 3, 4. I need 4 of them. Can I make a tin rotor and an extruder? Yes, I can. Do we have that extruder mold? Probably not. Extruder, rotor. Hey, look. Extruder rotor mold. Cool, that was
Ah,
easy.
shit. Wait. Let's see. So can I have these input buses facing the inside? Oh, shit.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck are you doing?
Who?
You're making it. You're gonna put the nodes on the inside of the motherfucker?
No, these are the input buses that I'm putting the campfires in. Speaking of, I
Oh,
need to make 3 more of those. Yeah, it has a soul campfire in the input bus, but it doesn't consume it.
yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, what rotor did I need for these?
That being said,
Chemical
fuck.
reactor.
Um,
Teen.
laser. So I need item cards, and then I need fluid cards too. Oh! Oh yeah, that card holder's handy. Okay. Slot card holder. Oh!
Yeah, there's a slot for it too. And you just hit the hotkey. It's O by default, I think.
Category laser. Open card holder. Oh, I can't use that one. Okay. Key. Oh, that's building gadget. Oh! Shit. I don't know, I'll do that one. Cool. There we go. That's nice.
Also, in that card thing, you can change a whole stack of them to extractor the other way. Not have to do it one by one.
Oh, we need glass paints. That's why I can't make. Need more laser nodes. Okay, so do. Wait a minute. Oh shit. Um. Output hatch. I need input hatch. Unless wait. Um. Large stone. Large stone barrel to make Lava. Oh, I don't need to have an input hatch. I just need to have an output hatch. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Um. Okay. Ah, shit. I need to make more logic chips. Zoop.
Where are these tin rotors going? What the hell?
There, what were you saying?
Oh, I found them.
Oh.
I placed out a chest to put the extruder molds in, and I didn't realize it's like, oh hey, let me just put it right into the chest, the pipe attached to that chest there.
Oh, shit. That does just change an entire stack. It's not what I wanted.
Yeah, so what I did is I made like 12, and then I did the opposite, and then I made another 12. So I'm like, yep, that'll work.
Uh, in in this barrel, it is 0 to make cobble. Then I need input bus. So down, item card, extract. We connect to all of those. Do this. Oh, God. I forgot about that. Fucking input bus. Insert. Now, question is, I need to keep looking at this thing. Okay, so it does not consume the water. Good. I think I will just do fluid pipes for this, though. Um, dump that in. Okay, so these barrels are done. I just need to finish them off.
Which is whatever.
Huh?
I was gonna say you could have just used your terminal to finish them off.
Oh, keep forgetting that thing's a thing because I keep it in my backpack. What the fuck? No, I'm not using this terminal anymore.
Oh, you had buses on you or something?
Yeah, but why the fuck would it put more buses on this thing?
I don't know.
Yeah, fuck the terminal. Well. Thing is confirmed ass. It is pure booty cheeks. Alright, those are all working on lava. Holy shit. Barrel formation, circuit 10. Nice. Okay. Now I need a converter. Shit. So, how do I want to do this? Power coming over there, so maybe I'll do that. Then I'll have the faces this way. Um, oh, I don't have an energy card. Shows at night. Bender. Oh, you're making a bunch of steel plates. How
Yeah,
dare.
we're
Whack.
Hello.
You're late. Holy
Hello.
shit.
I know I'm late.
You're very late. I'm leaving soon.
I know. But I have to buy stuff for tomorrow. Oh, so don't forget tomorrow, Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm not here.
Wait, what?
Tomorrow, Wednesday, and Tuesday, and yeah,
What?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm not here. I
What?
said it before. I told you last week.
Yeah, where was the reminder on that then?
Right now.
It's a pretty late reminder.
I mean, I don't mind if you guys still continue this butt back without me. I will be confused regardless if you wait or not. Like, unless there's like a new kind of mechanic, like new mod that's jump in, where I need to learn how it works. I should be fine.
Bug! Chronicle coil. Accept all your quests and hope that you have enough coins to buy the jet boots, by the way.
I have coins. How many coins is the jet boot?
64.
Okay, I'm fine. Where's jet boot?
It is in the shop.
I have boots.
Okay,
Boost powers are
so
low.
you're gonna come
Yeah,
over
the
to
power.
put them in one of these machines.
Which one?
Any one of them. Just put them in the charger slot.
It's the bottom
Oh,
middle slot.
Charger slot, not the processing slot. Okay.
Yeah, and it'll take time to charge. Hey, my boots have experience.
I have more coin.
But yeah, look at this, Sis.
You want it? Coins go in. Oops, that's my carrots. Carrots. Nice. So, my Baldy, is there a way to make it so there's a filter on the chemical thing?
The what?
The thing with the golden carrots, the issue I was having yesterday.
No, not really.
No. Oh.
We have 2.4 thousand. It's fine. We don't need any more.
Anymore. Never have enough.
Bruh.
Are we still processing tough, or did you stop that one?
Huh? No, it's still processing. Should be. Yeah, it is.
No. It is stop.
It's just very slow.
Why is it slow? It's just,
Oh. Wait,
the
why
whole Steam
did they
thing
stop?
the whole Steam thing is harmless now.
That.
Oh, never mind. Not anymore.
Yeah, there
Oh,
is
dude.
steam in them.
This one hurt, but here doesn't hurt.
The hell? It says that there's steam in them.
Yeah, it does. Oh, is it because there's a hole underneath,
No.
or does that matter?
That's so weird. What happened though is that I upgraded our steam production, and now we
Yeah,
make.
with whatever testing is.
It's a lapidary boiler. Takes gems. This thing consumes 1 diamond to produce about 150,000 steam at 900 steam per tick. It is like 4 times quicker than what we had before.
I see.
Thing is, I guess I need to make a pump. The fuck? Can I not? Why isn't that working? It's set to auto output.
Yeah, there's no steam inside the feels like a thing. There's Steam inside. Other stuff. I don't.
Unless
One of Steam. One of Steam.
is this a different Steam?
Seems like it
It's
because
a
one is
different Steam. What the
yeah, one is gray. This
fuck?
one is white.
Why?
Rip. Oh no. But this is why it's not working.
Oh. Steam from Gregtech and Steam from Thermal Systems. Why are they
Sorts of
different?
fun.
Shit.
Well, good thing I discovered the issue with the. Well, I discovered it wasn't working. So that's why one of the seams doesn't hurt me and this one does.
Oh, well, goodbye to that. Shit.
What? Oh. I
We
forgot
don't have a
remove
way
the
to
lava.
make we don't have a way to break that.
Oh yeah,
That-
no, you need to break it from here.
Break it from what?
You need to break the middle to place it back. Unless can you wait, can you flip this thing? Oh yeah, I forgot you can flip this thing. I don't
He's
remember
talking
how.
about the obsidian that
Yeah.
got placed, but we can make it a diamond pickaxe. What are you talking
I
about?
have a diamond
Oh,
pickaxe.
right. Vanilla I keep forgetting that vanilla tools aren't disabled. Okay, so it says the only way to fix it is to break everything with the Gregtech Steam in it.
Okay, let me just
And I
Right.
want to try and get what I was working on going before I have to go, and I don't have much time, so.
okay. Do you have a magnet or something?
Let's see. I need
Oh, it's right here.
macerator.
Place this back.
Oh shit. Right, I got fucking distracted. Uh.
All right. You need all the gray steam need to be broken, right?
Just break it all and replace it all, basically says. It's you need the gray one, I think.
Plates.
No, it's the white one.
Oh.
Give me some plates.
Ah, shit.
Know that you love me, know that you love me. Know that you love me, know that you love me. Okay, that's the macerator. Then I need an electrolyzer. And what am I missing now? Fuck! I'm missing circuits. And we don't have any more diodes. Fuck me. Well, I guess I'm not doing what I was doing.
Oh, why? Oop.
From there. Insert there. And for the time being, I will put down a drawer so we can start stockpiling stuff at least. God damn it. Okay, well, small amount of time. Let's see if I can make some diodes. How do I make diodes again? Copper. That was the recipe that I was using, so I need glass.
We have glass. I made a little glass yesterday.
We've been using a bunch of it.
Oh,
Oh, shit, there's tin alloy in there. Okay. Add in there. Oh, that's where all my tin alloy went. Ah, God damn it. Empty fluid cell. So I need annealed copper, fine wire, which is circuit 3.
oh, this one still had good steam. Oh well, too bad. There you go. I fixed the pipes. No
Are the
more bad
machines
steam.
working or no?
No, because we have no steam.
Yes, we do. Oh, what? What? Why did you move it?
Is it not? Isn't that the bad steam?
No, this is the good steam.
Oh, I thought the white one was the good steam.
No.
Oh, if you say so.
That.
Oh, it's not working.
Liquid glass. Assembler.
Oh,
Those two
all
in
electricity is
there.
gone. But this is not the harmful steam. This is the harmless steam.
Diodes. Okay, so I'm making diodes. What do I need to make the medium voltage circuits? Copper. Copper wire. MV circuits. I guess this will make 16. Where the fuck is it? Circuit boards. And then the diodes that I make. And then there should be soldering alloy in there.
So what's the verdict?
I want to try this.
Oh, yeah. That was going to be my next suggestion. Why are you using a hammer to break things?
Oh. Here we go. Nico, get the boots.
One MV circuit. Electrolyzer.
Okay, it's like creative fly.
That's what I said, yeah?
Oh, you did? Didn't
Yep.
hear.
Okay, so... Oh, I can't make the Gregtech machines auto pull. Shit. Okay. I guess I'll do this. Or wait, no. I really should move this one down. Zyke. Can I
Yeah.
get you at some point to make, the upgrades for the cells? Because this is gonna make the oxygen... this is gonna make oxygen for us. This is hopefully going to be our main source of oxygen going forward. Oh. Wait a minute.
I probably need to break those to get the old steam out of them, says, yeah.
Yeah. That is what I said, yes.
How do I flip them again?
Use your wrench,
Which one?
the Gregtech one.
Okay.
It's gonna be the Gregtech wrench for 90% of this stuff, says.
Cell. Oh. There's an enchanted cell already inside in the
It only has
storage.
holding 3,
Eh.
so.
Huh? No, it has holding 4.
Oh, it was, yeah, that one I put in there. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about.
Did you have a
I put
Did
that.
you have a plan for it, or can I use it?
Nope. I just was trying to enchant those. Hey, he says, do you have levels? How many levels do you have?
Probably 0.
Oh yeah, you keep killing yourself. That's right.
Context. Okay. That is actually
drop
the
it.
entirety
It's like-
of...
I got one.
Okay, so that's another source of oxygen, or oxygen.
Move, move, move.
Alright, I need to make this.
That controller doesn't quite have enough radius. Actually, how about I do this?
I guess better.
Is all facing the right way?
Yep.
Place down your water and lava and shit then.
I'm gonna need to go get another bucket of lava. Lava. Water. Water. Let me go get lava.
Did I put a void upgrade on silicon? I did. Good.
Wait, why am I supposed to grab lava now?
Grab it from down where Maple's at making it.
I'm not making an excess.
Well, I need one bucket somewhere.
There's 32 buckets in. Come here, it says there's 32 buckets in this front of this thing.
Perfect.
Yeah, there's 30 buckets in each one, Maple.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Because the controller stores it first, then it goes to the output bus for some reason.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Okay, well, I guess that means that I am making a slight excess, and it can go in. We can just gather it from there. Whatever.
Yeah, that happened when I was making the witch water. I'm like, no, just go to the LV bus, you piece of shit. And it's like, nope, fuck you.
There we go. Back to making tough. So some of the machines still have the white seam.
If it has it, then break the thing and reattach it.
Okay.
Which one has it? Oh, just those couple ones.
Oh, Zyke, you forgot to connect one.
Oh. What is this
Oh.
making? Diorite?
One is water. One is good. One is good. Okay.
There we
Well, I
go.
guess
That's better.
it was on top. It was on top of it.
You gotta, the machine's gotta get broken anyways because it has the bad steam in it. So
You need
pick
to
up the lava
bucket.
first before you do that, yeah.
All right, cool. We got magnesium and shit coming in. The oxygen fluid cell is almost full already. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's a really good source of oxygen. So now we just need hydrogen. I guess you can... Oh, wait. Never mind. It was the nitrogen that you were making over here. Oh my god, 4.6 million.
Yeah,
Sheesh.
that's only with the two LV things, not even MV. Hey, can I jump from a node into a fluid pipe? Or does it have to be a machine?
I don't know.
Okay.
Just try it. Easy.
I didn't get to that. I guess that's a tomorrow job.
Hmm.
Okay. So that grinds 1 obsidian every 4 seconds. And then this electrolyzes 8 obsidian in 10 seconds. Oh boy. Yeah, there's definitely bottlenecks in this. The large stone barrels aren't fast enough at making the lava. It'd be nice if I could make lava or obsidian another way. But that won't be until high voltage. But we're making lithium, sodium, aluminum, silicon, magnesium, and iron, as well as making oxygen and hydrogen. Mainly the hydrogen over here. You can come over here and just grab the hydrogen every now and then.
Hey, is there filters for these fluid cells?
I mean filters for the fluid cells.
Well, nitrogen keeps going into the oxygen one.
No.
Wait, can I just make dripstone?
That won't make lava anywhere near fast enough, Zyke says.
Shit.
It keeps wanting to take the fucking
Yeah, probably.
keeps wanting to dump nitrogen into that one.
How much lava do you take a minute?
A minute?
Yeah, well, how fast do you consume lava?
I consume 1,000, one bucket every 15 ticks. That's my
Okay,
upper
yeah,
limit.
sure.
Yeah.
How much do you produce with these things?
2 buckets every 10 seconds.
It's what?
2 buckets every 10 seconds.
Okay, yeah, no, I can make faster.
This is way faster. I think this is the fastest way that we can make lava right now. Molten destabilization. Essence burning. I wonder when we can actually get into mystical agriculture.
High voltage.
Crucible melting. Yeah, no. This is the fastest way to make lava right now.
Oh, actually, no. I can make the Inferium Essence right now.
Inferium. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, not right now, no. Because we
I
need
mean, I don't
beryllium.
have a here. We have beryllium.
No, we don't. You need high voltage to get that out of the mixed mineral residue.
Could have swore I seen beryllium somewhere.
Unless, wait, I think I know where you saw it. Yeah, never mind. We do have beryllium. It comes from emerald.
Yeah, I thought we had some beryllium. I just
It's
didn't know
actually
where.
part of emerald too, so we could also medium voltage electrolyze it to get the beryllium out of it. That's a lot of oxygen too. Holy fuck!
18K? Wow.
God, I hate how slow this electric ore factory is. This thing is so
Yeah,
slow.
for bulk, we should use the steam one still, obviously.
Well, if it
And once we get
actually is
medium
compatible
volt,
with it.
what do you mean?
Most of these ores that we're putting in here are not compatible with it. Like your real
Well, I
guard
mean,
shit here.
no. I'm talking about not like the real guard and stuff. I'm talking about the lower tiered stuff.
Well, obviously
Like
we're gonna put it in the steam one.
like this electric one. Obviously, want to put the higher tiered ores to get the byproducts. Yes.
Oh, there is a single kit. I'm gonna put that on the oxygen. Cool. Just to let that go. Let that marinate. But for 2 passive setups here that are getting us both salt and clay products, pretty great. This is a really rad setup. It'll be even nicer when we can actually have AE2 fluid storage. Well, not fluid storage, but like fluid um, capabilities? I don't know. But yeah, I added the iron dust and magnesium dust to the drawer network.
Oh, did ya?
Yeah. And I'm going to put a copper upgrade on the silicon because that is getting full. Oh, so's the aluminum. Holy shit.
A lot of dust. Biomass.
Well, These fucking drawers are full of shit, man. Oh, I've got the fucking ball casting on me. Okay, that's gonna call for me for tonight. I have to skedaddle off to work.
Unreadable boy.
I guess I won't see you tomorrow, says fucking
Nope.
nerd.
You won't see me for 3 days. Well, maybe depending on when I get back on Wednesday. Probably not early enough.
Ugh. All right. Well, have a good night. See you guys.
All right.
See you guys when I see yous. Bye.
All right.
All right. Yeah, I gotta skedaddle skadoodle. And like get dressed for work and shit. So, have yourselves a good night, guys. I will be back tomorrow with more Gregtech, unless Trunk is back. If Trunk is back, well, no, then we did. If Trunk is back, then we probably, or with Sis being gone, we probably won't play Craft Exile tomorrow either. I don't know. Fuck it. We'll find out. Anyways, peace.